Today, I think, is going to be a stream with at least an interesting start. Because I usually do not make a habit out of stuffing my face with just so many bratwursts before going live. And I am feeling a mite bit more sluggish than the typical stream beginning. So, to dive into it, today we are practicing Esper Aggro in Best of 3 Alchemy, because tomorrow is day 1 of Alchemy Arena Open, and Sunday is the Best of 3 day 2. And I have selected this deck because of a couple of different metagame considerations. But primarily, I think that this deck is the most well-positioned of all of the decks in the metagame that I expect players who have not played... Let's start with this. I think a lot of people haven't played Alchemy much outside of the last 2 or 3 days, and I think people are going to make specific choices gearing towards popular aggressive decks because of that for this Arena Open. I think that this Esper deck does the best job of preying on other aggressive decks while also being pretty easy to learn. So, it's the deck I think folks should be playing, as evidenced by the fact that I am going to be playing it this weekend. But generally, the 2 major decks I would expect most people to be playing this weekend, or at least the 2 decks I expect to have the largest metagame share, are going to be Mono Red and Red Black Oni Cult. Red Black Oni Cult, because it's probably one of the best decks in the format, didn't get affected by the really big nerf to Diviner of Fates, where its toughness got reduced from 3 to 2, and is the de facto top deck by virtue of having won the recent Arena Championship. But, and I think a lot of people will underestimate this, it's a pretty hard deck to play. Red-black sacrifice decks tend to be really, really skill-intensive and require a lot of practice to learn the ins and outs of them. So, aside from the players who are already really good with the deck, I kind of expect there's probably going to be a fair amount of people who pick it up on short notice and get surprised by how much that doesn't work. Mono Red, on the other hand, is a more linear deck and easier to pick up. I just think that this Esper deck is well positioned with how much life gain it has, in addition to just being able to put out big creatures fast. So I think that this is a deck that is inherently favored against Mono Red, pretty favored against Red Black, and therefore what I want to be playing. So with that said, let's jump into the practice. This is... Hold on. Stop. Starts in. Perfect. Okay, that's what I thought. Just double checking. Hey, Captain Albert. Thanks for the sub. The resub, even. I appreciate the support. Alright, we will take the play because we are an aggressive deck, so taking the play is good. This hand has no lands, so it is a mulligan. This hand has a Klement on 2, so it's a keep. Technically, you might mulligan like 6 lands plus Klement on 2, but generally speaking, if you're allowed to have a Klement, you're probably going to keep the hand. We need to ship one of these cards. It's pretty tempting to play the Forsaken Crossroads on turn 1. So we get the Scry. If I do that, I have a higher chance of getting another creature to buff with Klement, especially a 3-drop. So I think that means that I ship the Adarkar Wastes, put the Crossroads on blue, except that I can still cut down on 3. Yeah, this makes sense. This works. Alright, Opponent also mulliganed. We scry, we put a land to the bottom. Opponent off to a very similar start. More lands than I would love, and no lands that actually discard to Klement either. So we can't spend our turn 3 specializing. We can spend our turn 3 top decking a Raffine, which is pretty good. Opponent is also on Esper. Oh, this is interesting. I think I want to get rid of the cut down here because my mana is going to be spoken for next turn playing Lae'zel, and I do actually like the Raffine's Tower, since it's actually a card that we can specialize into Lae'zel. Plus, growing the Klement is nice. Alright, opponent's got a Diviner of Fates. That's mostly fine. A little awkward if they successfully trade off the Diviner of Fates with the Klement. I don't want that. I don't hate it either. But we're going to try to grow the Klement. We succeed at growing the Klement. If we want to. So if I were to discard the Raffine's Tower and the Shattered Sanctum, they could trade off the Diviner of Fates with the Klement. I could play Shipwreck Marsh Lae'zel. If I drew into an untapped land, I could specialize Lae'zel. I'm going to assume that's probably what I'm supposed to do and just accept this trade-off. I don't think putting a counter on Klement and leaving them with the Diviner of Fates and doing some extra damage to them is really worth it compared to just being guaranteed to have another threat. There's the potential that our opponent could be on an Esper midrange list, although I think Esper midrange, since the nerf to Diviner of Fates, is kind of pretty bad. Okay. Elspeth is interesting. Do I want to try to specialize Lae'zel before attacking? Knowing that that gives them an opening to use a removal spell. I'm going to go with no. If their removal spell here is Wandering Emperor, okay. Yeah, we're not going to do this. We're going to decline so that our Lae'zel keeps the ability to blink. I could blink to deny them a card draw, I just don't want to do that. The fact that they cycled Klement also means that they are actually Esper mid-range or control, which is interesting. I think we discard Elspeth here. So what I have decided that I want to do is now get back the Klement and then play the Anointed Peacekeeper. They also have a removal spell. Okay. Sure. Well, they get to fizzle my Specialize then, but we get to play the Peacekeeper. They have very little that matters to me. If I name the Void Rend, they have to spend their entire turn Void Rending the Lae'zel. If I name the Sheoldred, they get to Void Rend the Lae'zel anyway, and then just play the Sheoldred next turn. I think I just do my best to make their life as awkward as possible here. They Void Rend the Lae'zel. They actually do that at a pretty convenient timing, which means that I don't have to stress about when to play the other Lae'zel. Could play Diviner of Fates. It's always in cut down range, which is pretty inconvenient. I should probably just play the Lae'zel. I believe we are going to buff the Raffine. Curious. I think we just put as many counters on the Raffine as possible and then play the Lae'zel. Hold on to the swamp so that we can discard that. Alright, opponent, what you got? Howdy, Shahar. I'm doing well. No, Sheoldred. Okay. So, I would like to, as much as possible, kill my opponent this turn. I could get back an Anointed Peacekeeper, which doesn't accomplish very much. I believe I want to swing with all three of my creatures and try to turn Raffine into a lethal threat. So we're going to Diviner of Fates. We do not draw into a non-land. Takenuma puts a creature in hand. I believe I like that. But alternatively, we could play Plaza of Heroes and just have more protection. Is it even correct to... So if I Takenuma, I need to draw into 2 non-lands out of 3 cards. Odds of that are somewhat decent. I don't think that I need to do that. I think I would rather just swing like this with the Plaza of Heroes up. Okay, we were not going to. Oh, well, hold on. If I bounce Sheoldred now... Oh, yeah. Well, drawing Otawara is also lethal. Perfect. Hypothetically, Sheoldred's very scary when you're playing a Raffine list, but also hypothetically, ignoring Sheoldred by killing your opponent is also cool. Hey Chris, I remember this deck playing Inquisitor. Do you like Sheoldred better? I have not seen a version playing Inquisitor. I suppose you could. I feel like Sheoldred might stabilize you better against aggro. Maybe that's untrue. I've had Sheoldred be extremely good against red-black. Especially in the way that it prevents you from getting burned out. Like, getting to play Sheoldred and immediately attack with Raffine trigger to gain a bunch of life has been very stabilizing in positions that otherwise were kind of not looking terribly good. So, we're playing against Esper, and they had Klement and Void Rend and Infernal Grasp and Kalen. So I don't actually know what exactly their build is. Cut Down's pretty useful against Diviner of Fates. Sheoldred's pretty necessary against Raffine Mirrors. I like Elspeth. I don't know how much I'm supposed to like Elspeth on the draw in this kind of matchup. I feel like I'm probably supposed to want Urtai here. I'm definitely supposed to want Valorous Stance. Need Viconia for a matchup that's playing against Klement. I feel like I should be bringing in the other Urtai, but I don't really know what for. There's a possibility that Anointed Peacekeeper isn't actually particularly excellent on the draw here. Okay. This is a hand. Klement on 2, cheap interaction. Potentially Angel of Unity plus cut down on 3. We definitely want a third land, but I'm liking most of how this is shaping up. So they have a cut down. If they choose to cut down Klement, we get to play the other Klement. If they choose not to cut down the Klement, we get to play Angel of Unity. Alright, and what's your 3-drop opponent? Oh, a tap land. That's a good sign. No third land for me. That's going to be painful. Counterspell here? No. Klement. Not Klement. Why can't I remember that? Kalen. The other C card. Right. Okay. Well, we have Viconia to handle that, thankfully. 2 Sigardian Evangels is not the scariest thing in the world. Still no extra land is a little awkward. If they had Kalen in hand, I don't think they would have spent their turn playing 2 Sigardian Evangels. So I don't think I need to prioritize developing Viconia quite this quickly. I believe I want to pump Diviner of Fates here. My logic is that I would like to make it not die to cut down. Raffine hurts. That makes me want to trade off my Klement so that I can get their board size down as much as possible against Raffine. Farewell. Yeah. So this attack really only makes sense if you think you have a removal spell for Angel of Unity. Yeah, so Angel of Unity gets removed. Klement blocks the Sigardian Evangel. We'll cut down the Raffine. Well, we're eventually going to out-resource the opponent. Eventually. We need to not die before that happens, though. There we go. Okay, so how do we do this? They can tap down whatever I play this turn and do 9 damage to me, putting me to 5. If I play a 3-drop, I will end up going to 4. I think I'm supposed to play Viconia so that I can have the potential to play 2 creatures next turn. If I'm lucky and draw an untapped land. Because I can Viconia to exile... What would be best? A Klement? No, an Angel of Unity, probably. And then specialize Viconia into white by discarding one of these extra Raffines to put the Angel of Unity into play. Then I have a life-linking blocker. Diviner gonna be nerfed? Already was. Lost 2 toughness. Not being able to exile these Kalems hurts, but I don't have the time to do so. Hate the fact that they have priority here. Hate the fact that we missed on that land draw. Okay. That was not a game in which we were allowed to win. Do we want Cut Down on the play? And do we want Elspeth on the play? My opponent's deciding to go up to Farewell. Does that make me care more about Elspeth? I don't think so. I think all of the decisions that I've made still stand on the play, too. We will take the play, we will mulligan in pursuit of some lands, we will keep the hand that actually has lands. Very well. I am assuming that I have double black spells in my deck, so getting rid of the Adarkar Wastes is probably the most correct here. I don't think there's any penalty in playing Caves of Koilos before we play the Otawara. I guess there is if we draw 2 non-pain lands in a row. Oh well. Klement on 2. Opponent has no cut down. Love to see it. What does this look like? Do we think the opponent... We've seen no counter spells out of the opponent. I don't think that that's a counter spell. If they have an Infernal Grasp, they'll have to hit the Klement. If they have a cut down that they just drew, they can't hit the Raffine. If they use a Kalim to tap the Klement, we are willing to deal with that. Infernal Grasp on the Raffine, sure. So, slightly penalized for playing the buffed Raffine. Oh well. Taking a lot of damage from our mana base here. If we draw an untapped land, I can go Angel of Unities into Diviner of Fates next turn. But I've got a board advantage, so am I supposed to try to just ride that into a card advantage by just playing 2 Diviner of Fates? Probably is my thought. Admittedly, this is going to cost us a lot of life, and if the opponent just had Sheoldred, we'd probably lose this game and couldn't do anything about it. You don't have a second cut down, do you, opponent? You do not. Cool. Okay, let's discard Anointed Peacekeeper so that our Diviner of Fates goes out of range of more cut downs if they happen to show up. Yeah, Lae'zel's a problem. I don't have any way to get big enough to go over that. Alright. Blue Lae'zel is the least scary of the Lae'zels. so that does not hurt as much as it could. Believe we will have now paid 9 life into our own mana base, which is a bit much. Alright, at least we fixed that particular problem, but not liking the looks of this. A few too many answers on the opponent's side of the board. We have Klement as a discard outlet, so if we draw into any non-land, what are we doing here? Taking 6, going to 5, probably unacceptable. Probably unacceptable, unfortunately. Alright, nope. Well, we found all the lands that we missed in Game 2. Alright, what do we gotta do here? Because I have to chump block. Alright, no attacks. Yeah, alright, we're dead. Well, that was unfortunate. I don't know. Was there anything we could do about that? Potentially having reversed the order that I played the Raffines in would have been capable of winning this game. First Raffine, that was a 2/5, got killed by Infernal Grasp. The second got killed by a Cutdown. I'm not sure if I think that that could possibly be correct, though. Just because it would have been better in this position isn't the same thing as it being the correct play on average. Now that said, we played Raffine. If we had played Raffine in a way that got killed by the cheaper spell first, on turn 3, because they got to spend 3 mana to Infernal Grasp Raffine, and then on the next turn they spent 2 mana to cut down. Did they do anything else on the same turn they cut down? I don't think they did, so the fact that they could cut down for 2 mana didn't actually make a difference either. So making them reverse the order that they played their spells in wouldn't have done anything. Think you just flooded? I mean, yes. The reason that game was difficult was because we flooded. But trying to figure out if there is anything we could do to play better, it's not the same question as whether or not we flooded at all, right? Half of the games you play in Magic are going to be games where your draw is weird. But still got to figure out how to play those games better. Win a higher percentage of them. But as it stands, I do not think that I saw any options that were available in that game to make things go better. Maybe reversing the order means they don't get to double spell the turn they cast Cutdown. Right, so that is the possibility, but also they didn't double spell the turn they cast Cutdown. So I don't think that... There is a world in which that mattered, but it did not matter in the sense that it would not have led to that game going better for us. We will take the play. We have a hand where we get to play turn 2 Viconia, turn 4 Sigardian Evangel. Is that good enough for me, or do I want to mulligan that? I'm willing to mulligan any hand that doesn't have a 2-drop with this deck, especially on the draw. I would need to have a pretty convincing reason to keep a hand that has no 2-drop on the play. But this doesn't have a 3-drop either. I think I'm willing to mulligan this. Well, does my desire to not go to 5 mean that I am willing to keep a hand with no 2-drop? Probably. Oh, okay. I should just draw the best 2-drop in my deck more often. So we potentially gain more life overall. I'm not worried about a lack of resources and wanting to cycle the Takenuma when I've got Diviner of Fates or Raffine. So I think I just take the line that if I draw a certain untapped land, I'm going to do less damage to myself overall. Like this. Perfect. So, this is one of the positions that gets pretty interesting. I'm not entirely certain how often I prefer to play Anointed Peacekeeper on turn 3 over Raffine. I believe in this place, I'm going to opt to play the Peacekeeper, because there's a pretty decent chance my opponent has cut down anyway, which makes playing the Raffine kind of meaningless. Fading. Oh, thank you? Okay, sure. Oh, what are we playing against? Cruelty of Gix, Tasha, Counterspells, Painful Bond. I'm guessing that I'm just supposed to name Painful Bond then and play the Klement so that I don't get Make Disappeared. And then I'm going to assume that I should specialize Klement into black to put some zombies on the board. Yeah, that seems probably correct. Let's just aggro the opponent down. Just Make Disappear? I don't know that Make Disappear does anything to me here, especially when the 2 scary cards they have are cards that require them to tap out at sorcery speed. I think that my hand is just completely capable of ignoring Make Disappear entirely, and if I name Painful Bond, I've got the potential to deny them lands. Cool. Yeah, this is just fantastic, right? 2 zombies at Tasha, everybody else at face. And buff the Klement. Kind of want to keep the Sigardian Evangel. Probably supposed to keep the Sigardian Evangel. Guess that means I get rid of the Diviner of Fates? I don't think blocking the zombie is what you were supposed to do, opponent. Yep. Trades off, goes to 11. Needs to board wipe now? And keeps hitting the untapped land. Where did the Painful Bond go? Oh, they looted it away with the Diviner of Fates. Sure. Are we just gonna get back Anointed Peacekeeper? Okay. I believe that means that my opponent is dead. Doesn't really matter what they name here. The Sigardian Evangel is lethal no matter what. Whee! Oh. Klement specializing into black is always so delightful. You get such an absurd amount of power put onto the board. You get 5 stats for 2 mana and 1 card. Well, 5/5 worth of stats. What are we playing against? I have seen no kittens, but my gut says this is probably a blue-black Oracle of the Alpha Displacer Kitten deck. Displacer Kitten with Cruelty of Gix is actually really cool, because you can put the 3rd trigger on the stack and then flicker it and put more of the 3rd triggers on the stack, as long as you keep casting instant speed spells in response to Cruelty of Gix. So I'm going to guess that's probably what my opponent is up to, which makes me want to remove Valorous Stance. Tenacious Underdog we can probably keep. Elspeth can probably go away. Cut down's pretty important if they're on a Displacer Kitten list. Although admittedly I'm kind of just guessing at that. I definitely want Disdainful Strokes. I think I'm supposed to want Urtai. I don't know how much I'm supposed to want Sheoldred. I mean, it's a useful card. It's not weak. I can probably get trimmed just so that I'm not going overboard into expensive spells, though. Am I supposed to play Bind to Secrecy against this list? Probably. I think we're going to roll with this for now. Only 1 underdog. Feels like it's more decent with Raffine and Diviner able to discard. The thing is that with Sigardian Evangel and with all the other 2-drops we have, we really just don't have a huge amount of need for more ways to spend our mana. Because with Raffine and Diviner, we have like just this and Sigardian Evangel, we have so many ways to spend our mana. And you can only do so many different things with your mana at once. I think I'll keep this. I probably should be mulliganing for 2-drops. Probably. But, I'm kind of assuming that Urtai is actually crazy good against their deck. I might be wrong in that regard. We shall see. I think I'm going to lead on Forsaken Crossroads. I don't want more 4-drops, though, so unfortunately Lae'zel's got to go. More Raffines, huh? I don't think that I'm supposed to... I think it was a mistake holding up Fateful Absence here, to be entirely honest. I should have just played a tap land so I take 1 less damage from playing Raffine next turn. Because I don't think that there's very likely to be anything they can play here that I want a Fateful Absence. I'm pretty sure Lily's a card I just, like, actively don't care about. Well, this is curious then. Am I supposed to play nothing? I think I'm probably supposed to play nothing. Might be wrong. Maybe I was supposed to Fateful Absence the Lily because they got to do it on the play, and I wanted to be able to play a 3-drop. But I feel like them upticking that Lily is good for me. The trouble is going to be how many counter spells they have. Yeah, them not having any lands in this position is pretty awkward. Okay, so this is mostly fine, and they are not a Displacer Kitten deck, is useful to learn. Which makes my boarding incorrect. Opponent has demonstrated having cut downs, so I'm going to play this land. So that I can play Klement into Raffine. They've also demonstrated having Make Disappears. Cruelty of Gix, sure, full value. Okay, so they're just blue-black midrange, which means I can actually be way more reasonable about my game plan post-board. They should probably just take the Klement. I'm planning to play best of 3 tomorrow, just because it's better practice for day 2. Alright, we play Raffine. We attack with Urtai. Get rid of the land. What do you wind up tutoring up, opponent? The Painful Bonds are pretty rough here. That has gotten the opponent extremely ahead on resources. Not going to be easy to beat them getting to tutor up whatever they want here. Okay, well, Liliana is not the card they tutored up, but is still unfortunately pretty good. They get to reanimate something. What do they reanimate? Urtai? Maybe? What are the odds they have a counterspell here? Pretty good. I kind of have to play the Lae'zel into the counterspell and hope they don't have it, though. Because otherwise they're going to make me discard with Liliana anyway. I also have to hope they don't have an instant speed removal spell. The thing is, though, that I don't think I have, like, outs here. If I'm not being... like, insanely aggressive. I wanted to specialize Lae'zel into something card advantage-y there, so that if they play a removal spell and I flicker Lae'zel, I get more card advantage. Maybe it was still better for me to go for specializing into black and getting back a Raffine. Or possibly just an Anointed Peacekeeper. But we got lucky. They didn't have a counterspell or a removal spell. And all they get back is the Peacekeeper, which I can handle. They name Raffine. Sure. Probably going to discard Raffine. Kaido downticks for a chump blocker for Lae'zel. No. Loots? Really? What did they tutor for last turn? None of the cards that they've played yet indicate a card that they had tutored for. Did they tutor for the other Lily? Huh. Alright, so unless I wanted to Klement and specialize into black immediately, there's no way I can specialize this turn profitably. Because if I specialize Viconia, they just make me discard that specialization with the Lily. So we just play out both of our cards. Viconia does not die to a cut down currently. Peacekeeper comes in. I will make that block because I think they just want card advantage with Kaido. No, they want a meat hook for one. They're leaving me Klement. That's interesting. Yeah, that does not look like it was intentional. Okay, so we are going to exile the Lae'zel so that if they top deck another Cruelty, they do not get to get the Lae'zel back. They draw a card. And have a Tasha. Okay. Klement's a pretty bad draw. Better than the land, though. Wait, what? Oh, attacking other planeswalkers doesn't trigger Tasha? I had no idea. I think not killing Lily on 2 was too much of a tempo loss. Now knowing what they're playing, I agree. I thought that they were doing something completely different than what they're actually doing. I feel like Sigardian Evangel is the card that I most want to give them. I could give them a Klement, but then they could discard a card to it. If they drew like a swamp, that's pretty brutal. Ideally speaking, I would like to give them something that has 2 power, but I just don't think I can accept the risk of giving them Klement. Sigardian Evangel has an ETB, yes, but them making a black or a white creature without the ability to do anything with it isn't a very big deal. I guess, yeah, they can loot it to Kaido. That's true. But yeah, they could also just loot away a land. I guess I actually would have gotten rewarded for giving them a Klement. No, I wouldn't have, because they had a Kaido they could have discarded, so I would have gotten completely blown out by them having a Klement. And they still have a discard outlet to specialize. So I still just have to give them Sigardian Evangel, huh? And hope to top deck into a Raffine, I guess? How do we feel about that? Not great. I can't let them ultimate Kaido with a creature in play. That said, they're going to ultimate Kaido and then play the other Kaido and immediately make an unblockable creature, which is pretty bad for me. Okay. Now we are just dead. Ugh. So, valuable lessons, especially in regards to keeps. That opponent is apparently a mid-range deck and not a combo deck. Given that the opponent is a mid-range deck, I do not necessarily want these Urtais. We have seen no copies of Sheoldred. I don't know if I want to rely on my opponent not having Sheoldred. Definitely no longer care about Cut Down. Want Thalia's. How do I feel about Elspeth? I still kind of value Urtai countering expensive cards, but it looks like they're just playing mostly 3-drops. Cruelty of Gix. Still something. I don't want to play Elspeth with Thalia, I don't think. I'm probably comfortable getting rid of Fateful Absence for an Urtai. They seem to be pretty reliant on Meathook Massacre. I think having 4 counter spells for that is pretty good for me. Although I think the Meathook Massacre is generally pretty terrible against this deck, given as it is about playing high toughness creatures and buffing them. We will take the play. This is not a good hand, but I don't necessarily want to mulligan. Can't play Angel of Unity on turn 2. I'm going to keep. Not excited about this, though. This hand is considerably better if we immediately draw an untapped land. Sweet. So I get to resolve a Diviner of Fates. They have Fading Hope. Okay. I'm probably okay with that. Do I want Disdainful Stroke? Kind of, yeah. I think we get rid of the Raffine. How concerned am I about my opponent having Tasha next turn? And reanimating a Raffine with Tasha. If they counter my creature here and then play Tasha, I lose. If I had a 5th land, I'd feel very comfortable just passing here. I think I need to play to make them have it, though. Yeah, so there's the counter spell. Okay, I want an untap land so I can play 3-drop plus Hold Up Stroke. And we kind of just need him to not have untap land into Tasha. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. Am I willing to jam the Diviner of Fates here? I don't think so. I think we just play the Raffine. I have not played Marvel Snap, no, though I've heard good things about it. There's a cut down, sure. Happy to have that not kill my Diviner of Fates. And the draw 2 as well. Yeah. That's a good start from them. No, land isn't what I want to see. Drago, huh? I think I gotta play the Diviner of Fates at this point. Because I think getting Raffine countered is worse than getting I think getting Raffine killed is worse than getting Diviner of Fates killed. Since I have no ways to trigger the Diviner of Fates if the Raffine dies. March, sure. Now, admittedly, the March wouldn't have killed Raffine, but March was not a removal spell that was on my radar. Opponent's beginning to flood out a tiny bit, which I dig. I like Lae'zel. Alright, how many removal spells for Raffine do you have, opponent? Okay, I could definitely handle my opponent flooding a little bit. Otawara, I could play land Lae'zel. Still hold up Disdainful Stroke. Discard Raffine to Liliana. Alternative, play Raffine, discard Otawara to Liliana. Have Disdainful Stroke up. I think we're better off playing around a removal spell by playing the Lae'zel. We'll discard the Raffine. Karn's Silex. That's an answer to Lae'zel, all right. I want to discard something to Lae'zel. So they have to spend more mana on Silex next turn. My question is whether I want to get back Diviner of Fates or just tutor up a spell. When the Diviner of Fates is going to die to the Silex anyway, I don't know if it necessarily matters. I guess I could Lae'zel discarding Raffine to get back Diviner. And then cycle Tower on their turn. Filters slightly more. But then I don't have Raffine in my hand. And I'm not actually sure that's better. I think we're supposed to put Raffine in hand. Do they have a removal spell for Lae'zel? This is why I attacked before specializing, just in case they did. This way, if I do have to flicker Raffine, or if I do have to flicker Lae'zel. What does this mean? You still have to Silex, though. You can't let me have Lae'zel on board. It's not worth Disdainful Stroking this to me. They could counter the ability, but I think they're better off just attempting to kill the Lae'zel and forcing me to blink it. It makes another removal spell off the top better for them. Yeah, they find a draw too. That's good for them. Do they still have to Silex anyway? I mean, in that case, we functionally traded our tower for their Urtai, and I'm happy to have made that trade. Yep. Okay. How many cut downs has the opponent used? 2. I think I'm comfortable casting Klement here. And then we'll just play Raffine next turn. Tasha. That's got to be a no, right? I could give them the Angel. Yeah, I think that's got to be a no. I need that to not uptick. Okay. Down tick we can handle. Now we need no Meat Hook Massacre. Okay. Oh, jeez. They trade off. So it's back to a question of top decking. That's the best top deck we could get, so that's cool. Radical. I think they're out of Lilianas at this point? No. Sheoldred's a problem. Alright, Lae'zel, what do you find? You find also an Angel of Unity still. Do we want to trade with Sheoldred? Opponent's pretty liable to sit around doing nothing. We have 2 Urtais, 3 Sigardian Evangels. Man, imagine if this was a Sigardian Evangel instead of an Angel of Unity. Oh, dear, 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 dear. I don't think I choose to attack into the Sheoldred. I think the possibility of drawing Urtai is too good. Liliana's fine. There we go. Sigardian Evangel's a magic card. Tap down Sheoldred. Do I want to play a Sigardian Evangel or give Klement lifelink? Probably want the 3-1 more than I want to give Klement lifelink. And then I have to ask myself if I care about this Liliana enough to not deal 6 damage to my opponent. I probably care about the Liliana enough to not deal 6 damage to my opponent. I guess giving Klement lifelink also gives our next creature lifelink. But, I don't know. Yeah, Painful Bond continues to be excellent. Yeah, the Otawara is painful here. Okay. It's going to be an awkward race for sure. Man, if they hadn't found the way to meat hook my entire board away, this second Sigardian Evangel would have been good enough to win. I mean, I'm drawing really well. The opponent just is also drawing well and is drawing more than 1 card a turn. Uh... I'm not winning this race against Sheoldred at the moment, even if my opponent bricks. I can't even Disdainful Stroke that. I don't believe I have any... Well, I mean, I can draw Urtai and not be out of this. No, that's not going to do it. Jeez. Alright. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of cards that only kill things or draw cards. That is an interesting way to approach this metagame. I feel like that's still way, 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 way too slow against mono red, though. Maybe not having any creatures means that they have so many removal spells that you have a chance? That makes the Tashas really bad, though, because then you can't even downtick. Huh. I don't know how to feel about that. Wait, what's that deck supposed to do against red-black? Yeah, you just don't have a game plan against red-black at all. None of their creatures matter for Tasha. They don't need to attack you. They don't care about removal. Okay, yeah. That does not leave me feeling like that is a deck that I would want to play. Alright, we have a 2-drop, we have a 3-drop. I don't think blue-black actually is like a color combination that gets sideboard cards that I would consider particularly effective against Oni-Cult Anvil. Opponent on mono black thus far. How much do I value my life total versus how much do I value potentially being able to use this Takenuma? Because if I play Caves of Koilos, I'm going to pay 1 life next turn. I can probably handle paying 1 life to keep the potential of this Takenuma around. Okay, mono black, no removal spells after playing nothing the first 2 turns? Curious. Do I want to discard or to trade off Diviner of Fates? I don't really want to. But... Oh, I never even realized Sigardian Evangel triggers Diviner of Fates. Huh, that's cool. Because he discarded the final copy. Multiple Trespassers, huh? So just jamming Sheoldred would be pretty strong. Playing 2 Sigardian Evangels is pretty good against Trespassers, though. And draws a card off Diviner of Fates. Feels like that's probably the stronger thing to do. A little bit sad that I'm not actually going to get the benefit from these 2 Sigardian Evangel triggers with Angel of Unity. Alright, Raffine's a cool card to get. I feel like I'm relatively happy with where my board is at as long as my opponent doesn't like meat hook for 2. Okay. Sure. Takenuma costs 4 to activate. Let's just go ahead and play the Sheoldred. Got a bad feeling the opponent's probably stocked up on removal, though. They get to take out my Raffine, but they don't have an answer to the Sheoldred. And that means I get to do some fun with Plaza of Heroes. So if I attack here, I end up trading off Sheoldred with City Stalker Connoisseur. I don't really want to do that. If I do nothing, it's going to transform the Trespassers, but I can still block the Trespassers just fine. So I think we just chill. Would I be playing this format if it wasn't for the Arena Open? No. But I wouldn't be playing any format of Magic without a competitive event upcoming. I've spent the last 2 years kind of just playing whatever the next format that I'm going to do something competitive against is. Opponent loses 4 life. Yep. Loses 2 more life. Yep. Doesn't have the best attacks. Can attack with City Stalker Connoisseur, but I would just take it if they do that. They attack with everything, get to do a bunch of exiling with Graveyard Glutton. It gains them a lot of life. Does a fair whack of damage to me. We will block the Glutton, take 7. Couldn't activate Takenuma there because I need to have Plaza of Heroes up in case they try to meat hook for 1. They meat hook for 3, which actually kills the Angel of Unity. Alright, so we're going to give the Sheoldred Indestructible. You might be panicking thinking this doesn't work, but it does. Because my Sheoldred has 5 toughness, so they need to meat hook for 5 to kill it. All this turns it into is a 2 toughness creature with 4 damage on it, but an indestructible creature with 2 toughness doesn't die. Then we can actually cut down the Glutton here, which I think I'm a fan of. I think that's worth losing the Otawara. Oh, hey, Raffine's a cool card. I dig that. Oh. They have a treasure to pay for that. Could Takenuma now. But at the risk that it might whiff? I mean, I guess it would be guaranteed to hit Angel of Unity. Yeah, I think this is worth doing. I think I'd rather have Klement than an Angel of Unity in hand right now. And we will hold on to the tower to discard to the Klement. Sheoldred. The good old Mires. Sigardian Evangel, are you enough to kill my opponent? I don't believe so. What happens if I play 2 Sigardian Evangels and they remove both? They swing with Sheoldred, put me to 3. 3 is fine. I can live through 3. That does kill you, opponent. So I'm... Oh, no. It doesn't, because they have a Sheoldred too. So it's totally fine. They only go to 1. And 1 is a completely healthy number of life to be at. Trespasser, but it's day, so up to 3, me down to 6. So now if they kill the Evangels, I die, but they do not. Okay, opponent, what's your plan because you're currently dead? What's your plan? So if they remove the Sheoldred, block, my life would kind of suck, but I can't really get around that. The fact that they didn't concede kind of implies that they have an answer to this, but I think I'm supposed to force them to have it. That's a good sign. Cut down then? Okay. And they don't die because of the ordering of all these triggers on my turn. Sure. Okay, they didn't find anything. Ugh. Works for me. Mono black, huh? Makes me like the idea of keeping around Elspeth, I think. I think if you're playing a deck with Painful Bond and City Stalker Connoisseur, you have to kind of admit that you're a slightly slower deck. What decks have I been playing against the most? Red Black Oni Colt and Mono Red by a pretty wide margin, I think, have been the most popular decks. But I've seen a mishmash of everything. Alchemy is kind of in a weird spot where it doesn't really have a metagame, especially after the Diviner of Fates nerf. So I think you have to kind of be prepared to play against a little bit of everything. I think we want Phyrexian Missionary. I'm pretty sure I want Valorous Stance, but I'm not entirely sure what for. Anointed Peacekeeper on the draw probably isn't the most crazy impressive. What does Cut Down do? I probably don't actually need Cut Down here. I can probably play... I mean, maybe I just keep the Anointed Peacekeeper in that case. I kind of dig the idea of just playing more Elspeths. The downtick against Mono Black has to be pretty impressive. Do you think people will be less likely to play something like Mono Red in a higher stakes event like the Open? No, I think Mono Red's a good deck in Alchemy. I wish I could keep a hand like this. This is pretty reasonable, though. We do not dislike this at all. Keep... I think I actually get rid of Raffine here, because I want to go Angel of Unity buffing Peacekeeper into Peacekeeper buffing Lae'zel. Going off to a card advantage start. Wow, we are all set to curve out here, aren't we? I think the odds are that the opponent's going to play a 3-3 this turn, which makes me want to have Anointed Peacekeeper be a 4-4. What are we shutting off? Opponent has 4 mana next turn. City Stalker Connoisseur gets rid of Elspeth. I kind of feel like I would rather them play Sheoldred than City Stalker Connoisseur here. I kind of don't care so much about Sheoldred if I get to put an Elspeth down. And it looks like I do. (3/5) Lae'zel, meaning I'm not blocking the Sheoldred this turn, but pretty comfortable with that given my life total. Cut down on the Angel of Unity. Sure, I can live with that. Alright. Take some damage. Play the land. Play out the Elspeth. Lae'zel... I guess we can give Lae'zel Vigilance for now, and then lifelink next turn. Now, let's operate under the assumption that they top deck a removal spell for Elspeth. If they top deck a removal spell for Elspeth, the thing that I most want Lae'zel to have is lifelink. Next turn we can give Lae'zel the Vigilance. Opponent draws a lot of cards for a Sheoldred. Gains a lot of life. If Sheoldred attacks Elspeth, I'm fine with it. No blocks. Elspeth goes to 2. Fine by me. City Stalker takes out Anointed Peacekeeper. Also fine by me. Lae'zel, we will draw some cards off of. Peacekeeper is cool. What's the opponent working with? Not a lot. But Soaring the Mirthless is an incredibly powerful card to shut down with Anointed Peacekeeper. Do I want to trade off Anointed Peacekeeper for City Stalker? I guess there's not a lot else that I'm doing with it. Well, no, Lae'zel's already holding back both of these creatures anyway, so there's no need to trade off Anointed Peacekeeper. City Stalker can't really attack here regardless. Alright, gaining 12. So if they find a removal spell to chuck at Lae'zel, they remove the 2 counters and the lifelink and the vigilance, which is, you know, sad. Sure. We're going to get rid of the 4/4 Peacekeeper because we want to keep the Soaring under control. We lose our Planeswalker. It's kind of sad, but not a big deal. That's more annoying. Oh! That actually was a pretty good reason to trade off the Anointed Peacekeeper. I can't actually attack into 2 Death Touchers with that much toughness. Shoot, that's pretty bad. Huh. Wow, what a fantastic top deck for them. What do I do about that? I can't just sit here and do nothing, because now they're going to start upticking the Soaring. Wow. This is a card from my deck. I think I just have to sit here and chill and hope to top deck an Elspeth or a Raffine. Or a removal spell would allow me to attack too. There's the Soaring. There's the uptick. Oh, down ticking. Really? Huh, okay. Well, punish the opponent for down ticking. Good work, deck. We will kill the Soaring and smack the opponent for 12. Makes the opponent's position a little more awkward. Still one unknown card they stole from us, or copied from us. +2 draw steps. They draw 2 cards. Okay. That's definitely making life awkward. Back up to 20 for the opponent. No capacity to attack. Scry 1. Plaza of Heroes is good. We like that draw. Okay, no attacks. We are now capable of getting Lae'zel indestructible. A lot of toys for the opponent to play with in the meantime, though. Tenacious Underdog, Tenacious Underdog. Yeah, sure. Well, so opponent's got card draw. Opponent has a lot of card draw. Alright, Lae'zel. I kind of think Lae'zel just goes unblocked here. I think they just take the 12. Jump block? Eh, okay. I mean, that works. What an incredibly weird game. Meathook Massacre for 9. Yeah, that'll do it. I can't stop that in any way. And at this point I'm just going to lose to resources, huh? Okay. Man, Raffine would have been really good earlier. But sure, why not? Yeah, Sheoldred's good against Raffine. Opponent does actually have 1-drops. That makes the deck make a tiny bit more sense. Oh, Cruelty of Gix. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can actually beat Cruelty of Gix here. I mean, I could try to top deck Elspeth and see if that gets us somewhere. I still don't know what the opponent stole from me. That's just not helpful. It's also not helpful. So at this point, the opponent gets back the Lae'zel. That's going to be an issue. That's a significantly worse card to get back than the Lae'zel, but okay. Works for me. I figured they would want the 4/7 double striker that draws a card on ETB. Okay. This is the part where I kind of wish I could bring in Wedding Announcement. Oh, wait. Did they steal one of the Tenacious Underdogs from me? Is that what it was? I don't know. Viconia becomes slightly more interesting if they're playing Cruelty of Gix, but probably still not very interesting. Do we want some number of Urtai? Probably. Can probably trim a missionary. But I think that's likely it. I do kind of want one more Urtai, but this isn't a matchup where I actually want to cut Sheoldred at all. So I don't know that I can actually fit the second Urtai. Maybe I can. No, I don't think so. think we ship it like this. Take the play. Mulligan. Okay. This is a reasonable keep. What am I getting rid of here? Probably has to be the Elspeth. We get to play Klement on 2. Hope to draw into an untapped land so that we can Raffine on 3. We draw a tap land. What does that mean for me? I think I'm still supposed to Klement on 2 and just hope to hit the untapped land. But this way I can hit an untapped land, or I can hit a 2-drop, untapped land. Delightful. Raffine, safely immune to cut down. What am I supposed to get rid of here? I like all these cards. I guess Raffine is probably the least necessary of the duplicates. Will certainly make me sad if they immediately untap and kill the Raffine, though. But I think every other card was better. Yeah, untap, kill the Raffine. Sure. Alright, well, I believe Raffine's Tower means that I'm discarding one of these to specialize Klement this turn. Real problem is now that if they play Sheoldred, I am poorly equipped to handle that. I wonder if I just shouldn't have discarded the other Raffine then. Made peace with losing one of my 4-drops? Probably Lae'zel? It feels so wild. Good news, doesn't look like they have an easy turn where they just slam Sheoldred, at the very least. Yeah, not an easy turn where they just slam Sheoldred. Sanguine Brushstroke. Not a card I was expecting from them. Okay. Do I want to play Lae'zel first or Sheoldred? Probably Sheoldred. I think I like the idea of getting damage done to my opponent here. If I had drawn a black card that I could have discarded, I might have prioritized playing Lae'zel slightly more. You know what? Playing Sheoldred was probably better around Meathook. Now if they Meathook for 4, they gain 4 life up to 13. Take 5, down to 8, draw down to 6. Second Meathook? No, they'd be using the treasure just to deal 4 this turn. Okay. So Meathook isn't scary. Removal spell for Sheoldred's not great. Worst case scenario would probably be them playing Sheoldred plus a removal spell for my Sheoldred. But they kind of indicated not having a Sheoldred last turn. Haven't played much Alchemy. Is opponent's deck a pretty standard build for mono black? I don't know. I haven't seen any other mono black decks in Alchemy. There's not really standard anything in Alchemy other than kind of standard mono red and kind of standard Onicult Anvil. Alright. Opponent just has Witch's Oven. Okay. Plus Blood Artist. Oh, that's true. This is the one that can't block. That's an improvement for me. Significantly better than it could be. Up to 12. Nope, down to 8. Okay, so you gotta do something here, opponent. Klement's specialization being able to put 5 power onto the board, again, just being ever so slightly the tempo difference. What you got, opponent? What you got? Gain 3 life, huh? That does put you to not dead exactly. So let's see. 5, 6. They cannot meat hook me next turn and kill my Sheoldred. They can only meat hook for 5. So we go wider. Opponent down to 1. Must gain life somehow. Meat hook for 4. Plus cut down? Plus cut down. Okay. I guess I could have played around that by actually holding up the Plaza of Heroes, huh? I forgot that we had Plaza of Heroes. So, in that case, I was just supposed to do nothing, hold up Plaza of Heroes for removal spell on Sheoldred. Would I rather play the Angel of Unity or the Diviner of Fates? I believe I would rather play the Diviner of Fates, because my logic here is that I want to discard this Raffine's Tower. In order to get an untapped white source to play Angel of Unity. If I just play the Angel of Unity, then there's a really good chance that they can play Invoke Despair to kill my Angel of Unity. So if they can play a creature here, they're in a pretty good spot. Just about any creature, really. Okay. Raffine's not a bad one. Once again, representing lethal in the air. Not that being in the air matters, because any creature lets them sacrifice to Witch's Oven to get food. Yep. There's the removal spell for one creature. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, Anointed Peacekeeper is a magic card. What's your hand, opponent? More Invoke Despairs? Alright. We're going to attempt to slow down the City Stalker. Suppose I shouldn't have paid 1 life for this and should have just discarded it. There's no way that Anointed Peacekeeper being indestructible is actually likely to matter. The opponent doesn't have sorcery speed removal spells. Oh, please. You're kidding. They have 2 mana? Right, they had a land. I mean, we still have a chance here. Opponent goes to 1. We have 3 creatures. Tapping the food basically tapped the same number of lands. Alright, opponent, what you got for me? They can Painful Bonds for another Meat Hook Massacre. Why the cat? Why the food? Okay, yeah, that's lethal. Good draws, good draws, good draws. Right. To be fair, that was my punt. We did throw that game in a position where I could have avoided any loss by remembering that I had Plaza of Heroes in play and not playing the Lae'zel. So, educational. At least the 1 life that I accidentally threw away didn't matter, since I think the opponent had about 11 points of damage there. That was what? A 7 damage burn spell off the top? 3 plus 2? No, it was only a Lava Axe. Only Lava Axe. I keep this, but what do we do with it? Is Valorous Stance better than Destroy Evil? I think it's pretty close. The only enchantments that I've seen Destroy Evil having significant utility against so far have been the Cabaretti Revels decks, and I have not really seen very many Cabaretti Revels decks. Valorous Stance occasionally protecting your own creatures, I think, is slightly better. Killing Kiki. Yeah, I suppose. This deck's somewhat decent at not really caring about the speed of the game plan that Kiki presents. Do I want that? I don't think I want that. The awkward thing is that because you're a Raffine deck, you often don't want to use the removal spell on Kiki anyway. you would just, like, rather hold it to make sure you don't get Sheoldreded. I've not seen anybody in the format playing Wedding Announcement. That's the biggest difference. In Standard, there's a lot of Wedding Announcements flying around, which makes Destroy Evil very good. In Alchemy, not really. If Angel of Unity could buff Raffine, I'd be pretty down with playing Angel of Unity here. As it stands, I'm kind of more incentivized to just cut down the Tenacious Underdog, maybe? Angel of Unitying Sigardian Evangel doesn't do very much. Well, no. I mean, I want to put the Raffine buffs on the Angel of Unity. That's got to be enough reason to play it, right? Have you considered Paragon? I think it's pretty difficult to play Paragon in a format where Lae'zel exists. Lae'zel is really, really, really good and kind of occupies your entire 4-drop slot. The fact that I, like, actually made room for Sheoldred is surprising. More than anything else, I think. Alright. So, cut down for Raffine? No. Interesting. Alright. We are definitely getting rid of a duplicate Elspeth here. Do not need 2 of them. Not when I don't even have my 4th land. Alright, and now we have a moderately statted lifelinker. I love when my opponent just doesn't do anything on turn 3. Really helps reset the tempo. Void Rend on Raffine. Okay. It definitely makes my mana pretty awkward. Caves of Koilos make my mana better. Let's see. Little awkward to pay a bunch of life here, but I think I'm just supposed to go wide against what I'm assuming is sort of an aggro Mire, in all likelihood, judging by the fact that they're playing Tenacious Underdog. I mean, I've got a pretty good board state advantage. I've got a lot of removal. If we hit a land, I get to do Elspeth stuff, and that's cool. I like my cards, I got more mana. I feel ahead by most axes right now. Diviner of Fates is fine. That's a very slow resource advantage card that doesn't have great stats and dies to cut down. They are main decking Bind to Secrecy, so I really don't know what they're up to. Curious. Okay. Well then, what do I want to do here? 9 damage to face puts them to 5. I think I'd rather just kill the Diviner of Fates and flunge. I don't know whether to expect my opponent to have Meat Hook and therefore I should play Underdog. I probably don't really care if they meat hook me for, what, 2 here? Probably fine. 5, 8. The awkward part is that if I play the underdog, still not lethal through Sheoldred. Well, I can't actually present lethal here no matter what, can I? So I might as well just play the underdog. I guess playing the Sigardian Evangel, because it buffs the underdog, is actually lethal through Sheoldred. Tasha, uptick, sure. Good draw. Alright, so if I uptick Elspeth on underdog, give it lifelink, I can swing with Angel and underdog at Tasha. No, not lethal. Okay, so basically just have to Fatefully Absent Tasha, huh? Do I swing with the underdog still? I think I do still swing with the underdog. And I'm going to end up playing this Eiganjo, so I should have played it so that I didn't pay life for the Fateful Absence. Because swinging with the underdog now means I have lethal. We have 2 Evangels to tap stuff down. The good old nothing, huh? Is an Elspeth plus on the 3/1 attack Tasha way better? The trouble was that wouldn't kill the Tasha. Right? Because if I plus on the 3/1 and swing with the... Plus on the 3/2 turns it into a 4/3, goes back down to a 3/2. Angel of Unity's only 1 because it gets -1/-1, so we only do 4 damage to the Tasha. Yeah, I guess I'm just supposed to play the Elspeth here. 3 + 2 + 1 is 6. The Sigardian Evangel... Oh, no, I see. Don't plus on the underdog, plus on the Evangel. So play Elspeth, plus on the Evangel, attack everything at Tasha. Right. My brain was like super locked into plussing on the underdog. I forgot I could actually make the Evangel able to attack by buffing its toughness. It's probably better, yeah? I'm inclined to agree. I think we give this Vigilance. I haven't seen a lot of Wandering Emperor in Alchemy, but I think Wandering Emperor is the card that I most want to play around. Maybe I'm supposed to buff the underdog? I kind of just figured if they had... No, I'm supposed to buff underdog because if they have a cut down in response here, I want them to kill the underdog more than I want them to kill the Evangel. Yeah, I think I like plus on the Evangel, swing with everything at the Tasha more than the Fateful Absence, swing at face line. Oh, okay, well, apparently I played around March by accident. That works. Okay. Well, we are representing lethal if the opponent does nothing. Scries. It's either a very good sign or a very bad sign. Looking mostly like a good sign. So cut down doesn't cut it here. If I play Sigardian Evangel to tap a land, they just float the mana, so I still am forced to commit to doing something with Elspeth. I'm pretty sure I'm just supposed to force them to have a removal spell here. I don't think there's a world in which I'm not supposed to uptick Elspeth. Okay, so I got Klement. Do I play the Angel of Unity out here? I feel like weirdly what I'm probably supposed to do is play one Sigardian Evangel and then play the Angel of Unity as a 2-power creature. So that I can have 2 lethal flyers represented next turn. (6/4) Sigardian Evangel being big enough to attack through the Diviner of Fates. It's kind of just a cool bonus. Was that our first Klement of the game? Yes. Comes back tapped if it comes back from the graveyard. Yay! Alright. Good stuff, good stuff. More Esper mid-range though, huh? I really thought this deck was like completely non-viable now. It was already medium against aggro, and now Diviner of Fates is bad against aggro. But I think perhaps not everybody has like come to the same conclusions as me that most of the format is heavily incentivized to be aggro right now. So let's see. Not super in love with Elspeth. Kind of want Urtai. Think we have an incentive to keep Cut Down against a Diviner of Fates list. We definitely want to keep Viconia, Fateful Absence, and Valorous Stance. Fateful Absence being able to hit Tasha's at least pretty decent. Valorous Stance... I mean, it's still pretty good against, like, Voidrend. And we have to be somewhat afraid of Tasha. Or I'm somewhat afraid of Sheoldred. So I don't necessarily think that's something that I want to cut. Anointed Peacekeeper, I'm always uncertain how much to like this card on the draw. How am I supposed to feel about Tenacious Underdog versus Phyrexian Missionary? I think if the opponent's aggressive, I'm generally supposed... Or if the opponent's not aggressive, I'm generally supposed to prefer Underdog. Other copy of Valorous Stance? Probably not. Probably not. Hand that can't play a 3-drop and has a bad 2-drop. I mean, this seems pretty terrible. Yeah, it's got to be a mulligan. It just doesn't do anything. This also doesn't do anything. Let's see where it goes. Normally Angel of Unity is a better 2-drop, but we don't exactly have anything to drop it into. Okay, well, we can 2-drop it into other Angel of Unities, I suppose. Oh, wait, no. This can go onto Lae'zel. Why did I think it couldn't? I probably just want to make a really big Lae'zel, right? No. I probably want to make a Angel of Unity that's resistant to cut down. Ooh. I dig my opponent not hitting their land drop. That's cool. Dig my opponent not having removal spells. That's also cool. Top deck Klement. Cycle to try to hit a land. Finds the land. Good for them. Good for them. Alright. Beefed up Lae'zel. Let's go. Would like to buff Urtai, because that's probably what I'm going to play next. Alright, opponent, I got a big clock. It's sort of like I'm on the play. Diviner of Fates. Okay, we can ignore that. Opponent had to pay 2 life for it. Oh, man. The Esper deck got so much worse with the Painland mana base. Like, it is not fun to cast no generic cost cards on turn 3 with a Painland mana base. I would deeply like to draw a black source that's untapped so that I can just play this Sheoldred. So I could play this Anointed Peacekeeper, or rather, I could reanimate Angel of Unity by discarding Viconia, buff the Peacekeeper, and then play the Peacekeeper, or I could just hold up this Urtai. What are they going to do for 4 mana that I care about? I don't think anything. I think I want to hold on to the Sheoldred more than I want this Viconia. Oh wait, do I want to reanimate the Viconia? No, I think I want the Flyer. And I think I want to buff the Peacekeeper. Do any of these things matter? Nope. Let's make the Tasha slightly more inconvenient. I figure their game plan at this point is probably going to be try to find untapped lands, play Herald of Vengeance, but I just Urtai the Herald of Vengeance. There's the untapped land. Has to play Raffine as a chump blocker. If I draw an untapped land, do I just win? $12, $14. Yes. If we draw an untapped land, I can just Urtai the Raffine and win. That would be good. If we don't draw an untapped land, I just Urtai their next spell and win anyway. It's all pretty good. Lae'zel. They had a Lae'zel in hand? I guess they did. I did not see it. But okay. Well, okay. Well, that means that the Urtai doesn't do anything. Or rather, the Urtai still wins the game, it just wins the game a turn slower, is all. Jumpity block. Opponent takes 7. Opponent draws a card. I cannot think of very many cards that could possibly get them out of this. Okay. Urtai pretty decent against board wipes. Not that a board wipe was good enough there, but still pretty decent. Oh! Hey Google Sub Skills. Good games indeed. Alright. I don't think we're allowed to mulligan hands that get to play Klement on turn 2 no matter what. Care for a quick tech review? Yeah, we can do that. Help me remember after this match. Do you know that we're getting that typing really loud? I do know that I type really loud. So in a sense, that might be unavoidable. Is it like painfully loud? We would prefer a land to Sheoldred. I don't tend to do a lot of typing, but I got a message from somebody that I wanted to respond to. Oh, are we actually playing against Cabaret Rebels? The life gain version? Alright. And there's the no lands. That's awkward. I do not think I shall be winning this one. The matchup against Cabaret Revels typically comes down to building a giant multi-keyworded Lae'zel. And we don't get to do that if we are missing land drops. Voice the Blessed is why we sat here not specializing Klement, so at least I get to answer that. Seek 3 non-land cards. See, that's a pain because what I really want to do right now is seek a land card. think that means I just want to put Klement into maximum onboard presence. I wasn't really expecting them to trade off there. All right. No double white for them. Would be good. Okay. Need them to not find more Voice of the Blesseds, please. Adeline. No, that's still really scary. Yeah, that sucks. I would really like to hit nothing but land so that I can just play a Lae'zel before the opponent finds the ability to play good cards. So Extraction Specialist is invincible for the rest of this game. I will never be allowed to ever kill it. There's land. Alright, alright. Oh gosh, they have a Voice of the Blessed in hand. Gross. Well, since making the Voice of the Blessed cost more doesn't actually do anything, I think I'm just supposed to play around them top decking more Inquisitor Captains. Okay, Lunarch Veteran's not a white source. Extraction Specialist cannot be blocked. Come on! Cannot attack or block. I think I'm okay trading Anointed Peacekeeper with any three of these creatures. Alright. Opponent has a Voice of the Blessed next turn. Alright. That's a start. That's a good start. Do I need to play the Sheoldred to start gaining life? This is going to enter the battlefield with being a 5/5, potentially attacks as an 8/8. I'm going to take 3 damage. I think I play Sheoldred so that I can give it flying with Elspeth and trade off with a Voice of the Blessed if I'm lucky enough to top deck a land. Should have attacked with the Peacekeeper before doing this, though. But still, I'm okay with any of these trades here. So we have to hit the untap land here. We fail, but actually top decking Raffine does give us a chump blocker for Voice of the Blessed at least. Chump. I'm probably supposed to attack with everything here, right? Probably everything except one creature. I mean, I gain 2 life for everything I attack with, and I get closer to a land. I prevent 3 damage by not swinging. The damage that I'm doing is irrelevant. I think I only swing with 3. Do I want to buff the Sigardian Evangel? No, I want to buff the Peacekeeper. But buffing the Peacekeeper only matters if I buff it up to a 6/6. Well, maybe I'll buff it up to a 6/6. Could happen. It happened. Yeah, so they put the 1/1 on the Evangel. Now they can't put the Voice of the Blessed on the Anointed Peacekeeper, which means I actually get to keep 1 extra creature around. Do I hold Caves of Koilos? Probably. I don't see a reason not to. Hypothetically, I could tap or draw into a land that doesn't require me to pay life for Elspeth. Actually, I don't need a chump block here because I gained so much life. Oh, I really like the idea of not chump blocking. They could have traded their Voice of the Blessed for Sheoldred, yes, but then I get to kill their Voice of the Blessed, so the problem goes away on its own if that happens. I can't attack with Peacekeeper into Extraction Specialist. Do I want to attack with Sheoldred? Am I willing to trade that off with Voice of the Blessed now? Probably, and there's a chance that I won't need to. Yeah, we do still need to. Alright. Oh, cool. They don't take the trade. Galagreeters, sure. Oh, this is eventually going to get indestructible, isn't it? That's why they don't want to. Shoot. Yeah, that's a problem. It's actually slightly more annoying than I was thinking. Forgot that it gets to do that. 10 or more counters on it, huh? Meaning the next creature they play puts 4 counters on it, giving it indestructible. Could eventually try to do a Sigardian Evangel thing, but I think that I'm supposed to do Raffine for now. We get to ultimate Elspeth next turn, which is a lot of chump blockers, if we want to go that way. How do I feel about First Strike versus Vigilance here? I could give First Strike and attack. I feel pretty comfortable that I'm winning this game, though, as long as I can block to save the Elspeth. So I think we just give Vigilance. That way, if they top deck a removal spell for Raffine, I still have a chump blocker. I mean, if they top deck a removal spell for Raffine and I have to chump block with Sheoldred, I'm probably still losing this game, I guess. Hey Chris, do you think Oracle of the Alpha has deep in this format? I have not seen an Oracle of the Alpha deck that I think is good enough against the aggressive decks right now. Oh, they didn't find a creature. Wow, I got so unbelievably lucky after being so unbelievably unlucky at the beginning of that game. Humana, 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 humana. I cannot believe we won that. But yeah, I have not seen an Oracle of the Alpha deck that has the tools to be reliable against aggro. Most of the Oracle of the Alpha decks are like way too soft if they don't find Kitten, or if you just kill Displacer Kitten, and that doesn't really leave me feeling super confident about them. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we don't like Viconia, we don't like Tenacious Underdog, we don't even care particularly much about Sigardian Evangel. Cutdown's fine, Fateful Absence and Valorous Stance are mostly actively good, Temporary Lockdown is amazing, Elspeth is probably good. The Oracle of the Alpha lists that don't have Kitten and aren't doing combo things, I just haven't seen one that like actually looks like it's doing anything decent. Like, Oracle of the Alpha is not a card that's like strong. It's a card that's really cool. So if really cool is what you're looking for, then, I mean, I do think that it definitely does that. Probably not supposed to be the aggressive deck here, so I can probably just cut the Sigardian Evangels, even if that seems like probably wicked wrong. At least I saw used Tameshi with it. Tameshi is a card that's like seen play in Modern. I feel like that's a card that I've read a bunch of times and still don't actually understand what's good about it. Sheoldred was really good that game, but I don't actually think that I'm supposed to rely on Sheoldred. I think I'm supposed to play like Urtai. I kind of wonder if I want more cut downs, but the window to use it is so narrow. Let's lean heavier into the temporary lockdown game plan here, I think. Seems good with Kiki-Jiki. I mean, Kiki-Jiki is a card that is good, but I don't think copying the Oracle actually, like, does anything. Is this... This is fine. I believe I cut the cut downs, so, like, Plaza of Heroes casts most of our black cards. Tameshi's just used to produce infinite Lotus Blooms. Oh, okay, because you can spend one of the 3 mana to get back Lotus Bloom, one for each land you have? Is that the idea? Well, I mean, we have temporary lockdown in hand. Moonsilver Key tutors for Black Lotus to deck infinite mana with Lotus. Oh, okay. I have not seen that variation of the deck yet. That does sound interesting. I believe I don't want a temporary lockdown yet because I want to encourage them to play more Voice of the Blesseds out if they've got them. Do I care about them playing this card? I don't. I actually care about them playing Inquisitor Captain on later turns. Please empty your hand. Keep all tiny creatures inside the temporary lockdown zone at all times. You're free to make more treasures if you wish. I have no problems with this. No blocks. This feels like a pretty good position for me to be in. Boink, 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 boink. Opponent is free to play their Jetmir as they so desire. I will play my Elspeth and give my Peacekeeper first strike. First striking Vigilant 4/4, pretty good against the 5/4. If they do manage to top deck a removal spell for my Peacekeeper, they don't actually get to kill my Elspeth. So, yeah. Would not be surprised if a concession is incoming. Yay! Temporary lockdown! It's a silly magic card. I enjoy getting to play board wipes that are one-sided in aggressive decks. For 3 mana. It's a pretty good time. If we still have time, we do. We do. Although, I'm being told that there's a very good Dota game on right now, so maybe we don't have that much time. Ah, the tension. Let's see. Delete. Import. Did you hear about the TI scandal? One of the teams could apparently hear the casters during the game and admitted to making decisions based off that. It is my understanding that that is not so much a scandal as something that happens at, like, kind of every major land event. You typically can't make out the actual words people are saying, but, like, no amount of soundproof boothing, which booths aren't really soundproof to begin with, but no amount of headphones and white noise can stop you from, like, physically feeling the rumble when certain events happen. Sounds like a major screw up on the organizer side of things. I don't know if it was more significant than normal, but, like, that's not unusual for every event, and, like, in the context of Dota, there's a really important objective called Roshan, which is this big enemy in the middle of the map that's neutral to both teams, that either team gets a major advantage for killing. And whenever Roshan attacks, the audio that plays is like an earth rumbling bassy noise. And if you are anywhere in, not just near the stage, but anywhere in the auditorium, yeah, anywhere in the arena, even outside the arena, the couple of times that I've gone to TI, and you can feel it. You immediately know, oh, somebody's doing Roshan from out buying popcorn. So, yeah, I don't know how much I would, like, be upset at organizers for doing away with the soundproof boothing, because I am under the impression that the soundproof boothing has already gone away in, like, the majority of competitive events because it's not real. what's the way to put it? It's for, like, what's the term people use for the TSA? Where it's, like, not actual security, it's, like, security theater or something like that? I think it's security theater is the term. But the soundproof boothing at most events are, yeah, security theater. They don't really do anything, and they're kind of expensive. They're there for the audience. So, like, maybe the headsets are bad, maybe the white noise machines are bad, but doing away with the boothing is not actually, I think, a particularly big concern, because it doesn't do anything to begin with. Yeah, I could see the boothings. Fire? Well, I mean, it's not like it's locked. But I guess it's less safe than nothing. It was a big issue for League, really. What tournament are we talking about? The Dota 2 International is happening right now. We are, I think, 2 days away from the finals. Which, it's been a lot of years since I've played Dota, but I still find jumping in to watch it once a year and seeing how weird things are and have changed and getting excited with friends about matches live to be fun to do once in a while. Alright, so where were we? Is that because it deafens the alarms to those in the booths? So the players in the booths, most of the soundproofing is the noise-canceling headphones they have to wear that are pumping in white noise. But generally they also have, like, an official staff person in the booth with them who isn't wearing any kind of noise-canceling headgear, who would, like, presumably be able to say immediately to them, hey, pause, we gotta go. I'm guessing. But I'm guessing tiny, narrow doorway in an emergency is the safety concern there. Okay, but so here we have green, white, standard humans, 4 Lunark Veterans, 2 Guardians of Nubenalia, 3 Thalias, 4 Reclusive Taxidermists, 3 Catilda, Peacekeepers, Adeline, King Darian, Taurens, Halpak Piper, Avabrook Caretaker, Tovolar's Huntmaster. Okay, so Halpak Piper pushing out some big tokeny top end. Tovolar's Huntmaster is in a way removal, especially when you also have King Darian being a mana sink, so that passing your turn doing nothing isn't as big of a deal. Is Lunark Veteran... We have no life gain synergies, other than the anti-aggro properties of life gain. With no meat hook, maybe Lunark Veteran synergies with Catilda is just enough to be worth playing it. I'm slightly nervous that, like, Lunark Veteran doesn't do enough in games where we don't have Catilda to be worth a card. Do we really not have any better humans than that? I mean, I believe it, but... Do we think Lunark Veteran's better than Hopeful Initiate? Or heck, actually even Chapel of Alms. I like this card. I feel like it's kind of underplayed. The second side of it, where it gives all your creatures Ward 1, is just really neat. Yeah, the Lunark Veteran coming back as a flyer, I could see that being neat too. And it comes back much cheaper than the Chaplain of Alms. The Hopeful Initiate, I kind of wonder if it being able to kill uh, Fable of the Mirror Breakers against Titan of Industry decks might be like a big deal. Basically, I don't really know how much to evaluate the life gain from Lunarch Veteran in the context of this list and how much it feels like it needs that. I will say, I don't really like. I guess Guardian of Numenali is actually sort of decent anti aggro because you can block and then discard cards. But I do feel like if you're going this deep into Catilda and into a go wide strategy, I really, really like Intrepid Adversaries. And I feel like Intrepid Adversary is probably better anti aggression than Guardian of Numenalia anyway. Just because, like, it's got lifelink. That's pretty good. So, in a deck with Adeline, King Darien, Catilda, and Tovalar, I feel like Intrepid Adversary is somewhere that I really want to be. Maybe I'm underrating Guardian of Numenalia. I haven't actually played with the card, but I just really like Catilda Intrepid Adversary. Like almost to the extent that I kind of want 4 Intrepid Adversaries. Maybe that's going overboard, I guess? Maybe? I don't know. Otherwise, I think I dig it. Hellpack Piper... It's probably fine. I do think maybe your top end is a little heavy for games where you don't find Howlpack Piper. Well, that's not true. You've still got the 2 taxidermists and the Catilda, so that's probably fine. Sideboard, I really can't give too much meaningful feedback about. There's not really... It's generally just really hard to give meaningful feedback on sideboards with a deck that is pretty far away from something you've had experience with in a given format. And I don't really know what matchups this would need more help with. I kind of feel like there's a pretty decent chance we might want Brutal Cathar, though. Wedding Announcement's really good with Catilda. It's less good with Thalia. Hypothetically, Wedding Announcement might just be better than something like Torrens, but I'm not 100% confident in that. But it is an Anthem eventually, and that's pretty strong. I mean, you're not going to play Thalia on turn 2 every single time. Yeah, my guess would be Wedding Announcement and Brutal Cathar are probably the 2 cards that bear experimenting with that aren't here yet. And probably more copies of Intrepid Adversary if I'm not insane. At the Cathar, but in the black matchup they get nuked so many times. Yeah, I guess it's true that they do get hit by Cut Down, which isn't great. Possibly Wedding Announcement would make that less likely if you're not actually playing it on curve, but using it on like turn 5 or 6 to answer a slightly big Raffine or a Sheoldred. Potentially. I feel like this kind of list that needs to set up a giant board state and wants to do one big Alpha Strike without access to lifelink on any of its creatures, other than Intrepid Adversary, can be kind of vulnerable to just, if your opponent has an aggressive start and then plays a Sheoldred, you can't answer the Sheoldred and you can't build your board up big enough. And, like, you eventually just die to the Sheoldred's passive before you can kill them. Which Cathar feels like something that can sort of help alleviate that. or some way to give your creatures a lifelink, but I'm not sure what would fit in this kind of list for that purpose. Other than, I mean, I guess that's kind of what Lunarch Veteran is for, yeah? A little bit. Uncertain. It's possible it might just be correct to play like 4 Intrepid Adversaries and have that be a pretty core part of your game plan against black decks. I'm not sure if I love Taurens. This card's always unimpressed me. Kind of feel like maybe Wedding Announcement's likely to be better. I feel like if there is to be removal main, it's probably supposed to be Brutal Cathar. But it's pretty tough to fit that. It's kind of cute that Brutal Cathar synergizes with Halpak Piper, since you can, like, turn 5, activate Halpak Piper, put in a Brutal Cathar, activate Halpak Piper, put in a Huntmaster, pass the turn, immediately flip it to Night. It feels like that should be some kind of synergy, right? Does Cathar hurt when it fails? Because bear in mind, it's not like getting your Brutal Cathar hit by a cut down is any worse than Taurens getting hit by a cut down, right? It's pretty much the same thing. And I think the upside when Brutal Cathar doesn't die is generally better. And Brutal Cathar also just has a chance to, like, hit a token, so they need instant speed removal then to stop you from getting a permanent advantage off of it. And that's, like, really useful against Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I don't know. I feel like something in this neighborhood is probably... I don't know that I like any of these particular numbers, or I don't think that I am attached to any of these particular numbers, but I think something in this sort of neighborhood is probably what I would lean towards. It can be worse if you get blown out in combat. Yes, it can, but you also have some capacity to play around that. In the sense that it's kind of evaluating your risks. Because, so, the scenario where you get blown out in combat because they remove your Brutal Cathar, if you had a different 2/2 that hadn't removed their creature, it's not like you would be not getting blown out and you could attack safely. It's just that they would have a creature that already invalidates your attack, so you just can't attack. So, if you think that they can blow out your attack by killing Brutal Cathar, the option to just not swing is exactly as good as the position you would be in if you hadn't played Brutal Cathar and had played a different creature instead. Other than that, Taurens would potentially be spitting out tokens, but at least in the meantime, you're hypothetically stopping Sheoldred triggers before they blow you out or something. Hypothetically. Trying to read your opponent's mind is obviously going to have some element of failure to it some of the time. You're not going to always pull that off perfectly, but in a perfect world, that'd be how it works. Okay, well, we don't mulligan hands that get to play powerful 2-drops on 2. We just hope we draw lands that let us play a 3-drop on curve. That's the important part. I would like to buff my Lae'zel, please. I would like to draw untap land, please. Grixis in Alchemy. We drew an untapped land. Delightful. Oh, Crossroads is a tap land, which makes me want to keep Diviner of Fates. Would I rather get rid of Valorous Stance or Sheoldred? Opponent is playing Domain, which means it's pretty likely they have 1-mana removal spells from here on out. What's the text on the Fact or Fiction 5-drop? I don't even remember. I'm going to get rid of the Valorous Stance, but I have no clue if that's correct against their list. Molten Impact on the Angel of Unity. Radical. Okay. So the board wipe is a -7/-7, huh? Let's scry with this first. Yes, I want to draw that Raffine. Because I actually want to discard that Raffine to Diviner of Fates. Wait, is that even true, or do I want to discard the Otawara? No, I'm pretty sure I want to discard the Raffine. Maybe I wanted to attack with the Raffine first, discard the Otawara, and then discard the Raffine post-combat to Diviner of Secrets? Or Diviner of Fates? So that I had a higher chance to draw a non-land with this Raffine. Instead of thinning my deck of a non-land. Perhaps that was correct? As it stands, however, I think I want to keep the Otawara. Opponent, I'm assuming, debating if they want to board wipe me. If they do, no, they just Leyline Binding, take out, what, the Raffine? Okay. Well, we have a Raffine in the graveyard that I can get back with Lae'zel. Oh. Well, I have a Diviner of Fates in the graveyard that I can get back with Lae'zel. Should I do that? Maybe not. I kind of want to just make a gigantic Lae'zel right now. So we are very close to making this Lae'zel immune to their board wipes. Also, playing this Anointed Peacekeeper and countering, or at least making both Painful Bonds much, 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 much worse sounds very delightful. They do not have enough white sources to play the Wandering Emperor. They can play Fable of the Mirror, I suppose. Yep, that gets to happen. They can discard the Painful Bonds to the Fable of the Mirror. Hate this priority. Kind of implies they drew Leyline Binding. Not something I like. Okay, cool. They used Leyline Binding, which means they don't get to hit the Lae'zel with the Leyline Binding. That's good for us. Now... This Sheoldred played into the Fable and making the two Painful Bonds much weaker would be really strong. But not playing this Lae'zel this turn is also pretty painful. Think I have to elect to play the Lae'zel. Just a little too much beefy stats to not do. Oh, right, I've got Takenuma, so I can just get back the Sheoldred anyway. It's fine. Yes, we want to play this land because I want to, if I draw an untapped land, Takenuma and play the Sheoldred. If I don't draw the untapped land, I can still Takenuma and get back Raffine, I suppose? Chicken Nugget 420. Thanks for the follow. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I don't know why that volume on that one was like 50 times louder than any other ones for a while. So are we to assume that the opponent probably has to chump block the Lae'zel? Because I'm going to assume the opponent probably has to chump block the Lae'zel. I think I would rather Diviner of Fates and then Takenuma to get back Sheoldred than Takenuma and get back the Raffine and play the Raffine. Yeah, we can get rid of an Angel of Unity. Draw two creatures. That sounds like a good time. Oh, hey, Raffine. I mean, Raffine's pretty cool, right? If I play Raffine, then I can Takenuma back Sheoldred and play it immediately next turn. I kind of want to make the Lae'zel big enough that they need to block it with the 2/2. Instead of either not blocking at all. 12. I guess if I put a counter anywhere, they have to block at all. Still, feel like we're supposed to make the Lae'zel bigger. Wow. More Diviner of Fates is pretty cool. More Lae'zels would also be pretty cool. I think we don't keep the Swamp, though. We've already got a Lae'zel who's specialized into black, so specializing the second Lae'zel into black doesn't have a ton of value. Fragment Reality. Oh, that's a problem. It's actually a pretty significant problem. Yeah, right. So now their Wandering Emperor can actually kill the Lae'zel, which I don't love. You'll get back a Diviner of Fates, though. That sounds like a good time. Discard a Klement and draw some creatures. Why not? All right. Well, geez. That was pretty okay for them. I don't really want to attack with the Lae'zel, because it's the one thing right now that's doing a good job of surviving their potential board wipe. Does that make me want to get the Sheoldred? I'm probably supposed to get the Sheoldred, but I think for the time being I attack with everything that isn't the Lae'zel. I should have put this on something that wasn't the Diviner of Fate. Well, no, they kind of, if they were going to play the Wandering Emperor, would probably want to downtick on the Raffine. I guess that means maybe I should have put the Raffine trigger on the Angel of Unity. We definitely want to discard Tenacious Underdog. Probably want to discard Raffine. Probably want to discard Angel of Unity. Be guaranteed to get a creature out of the Diviner of Fate's trigger. Anointed Peacekeeper ain't bad. There's the Wandering Emperor. Forced to use that on something. What do we use it on? We do use it on the Raffine. I will take this opportunity to Takenuma. I will get my Sheoldred back. Mill 3 lands while we're at it. Sounds like a good time. What are you doing on blocks, opponent? None. Taking some damage. Alright. Down comes Sheoldred. Opponent on a clock. Board wipe does not kill Lae'zel, although they could board wipe and then down tick Wandering Emperor to get a blocker. Although we have Sigardian Evangel to play around that. It's going to be pretty tough for the opponent to survive this turn, I feel like. Duress gets rid of Fateful Absence, sure. And then we get a cut down. That was better than a Fateful Absence. Love to see it. So assuming opponent can remove one of my creatures for every point of mana they have, I think that still does not keep them alive, unless they play an untapped land. And then that would be capable of keeping them alive. Would it? Yes, just barely. I could put them to 1. No, I can only put them to 1 if I drew an untapped land. Not that any of that's relevant, though. I'm mostly just waiting for the opponent to concede because I don't think it's possible for them to play a removal spell for each of my creatures for 1 mana each. How should I sideboard against 5-color domain? Did I actually figure this out and write it down earlier? Don't think I did. I guess we could hypothetically call this non-Hinata control. Alright, so if I was the opponent, what would I have in hand that was, like, remotely useful? Nothing. Absolutely, literally nothing. Good talk. Good talk. What sweepers could they be able to have on board? So Drag to the Bottom is the sweeper that they play 4 of in the main deck, I think. I'm not familiar with any sweepers they play in the board in excess of that. Oh, hey, cool. Was that game 2? Or did they just disconnect? I will take it. And I will also be right back. Yeah, still muted. Good call. I don't think those 5-color domain decks run Farewell because I believe you can't play Farewell with... Yes, you can't play Farewell with enchantment-based removal. You can only play it with artifact-based removal because Farewell loses a lot of its utility if you're exiling enchantments. So, like, you just never exile enchantments if you're playing enchantment-based removal. Maybe they feel like there are matchups where that doesn't matter. Maybe it's good enough to play Farewell in the board against... No, you would never play Farewell in the board against Unequal Anvil, because you can play Temporary Lockdown instead for the same mana cost, except easier. And that's mostly just better. So yeah, I don't know that I would expect Farewell out of them. Hypothetically, you could play whatever removal spells you wanted, board wipe-wise, out of the board in a 5-color deck. But I'm not sure if it's stock to do so. How do we feel about this hand as far as a keep goes? Not doing anything until turn 3 is pretty underwhelming. We think we'd keep this? I think this is really close to a mulligan for this deck. I will keep it, but I think that might actually be a mistake. Weirdly, I have nothing in hand to buff with Angel of Unity, so even though I'm desperate for a 2-drop, I don't actually think I want Angel of Unity. Would I even be willing to... I don't think I'm willing to play Sigardian Evangel here. It's just not really an actual 2-drop. But it's not terrible as a 4-drop here. So opponent's got the cut down. Could spend their turn 3 cut downing the Raffine, which at least then I get another Raffine. So we're doing a pretty good job of throwing the opponent off tempo here. This was a mistake, probably. I kind of think I should have paid 1 life to hold up cut down here. Maybe that's not true? Yeah. Yeah, that's real bad. Me with none of my Sheoldred colored answers. I'm gonna tap down Sheoldred. I think I gotta play out this Eiganjo. This is gonna be really hard to race unless we top deck our own Sheoldred or a removal spell for Sheoldred. Do we throw out the double block here if the opponent attacks with Sheoldred? I kind of think that I'm pretty likely to do that. It fades pretty hard to a removal spell, but if we're playing the Mire, which we haven't really seen enough cards out of them to gauge, and they'd only have 1 cut down left to punish me for a low amount of mana. We are not playing the Mire. Oh dear. That's inconvenient. I'm hoping I can get a Sheoldred out of them off this, or maybe a Kalim. Not that I think Kalim is like the most valuable card possible here, unfortunately. Got multiple creatures in the graveyard. Do I want to attack with Raffine to deal 2 damage at the cost of 2 life? It's just not very exciting. Still, looting away this Kalim I feel somewhat decent about. Really need to find an answer to that Sheoldred sooner rather than later. If they... I don't actually know how it's possible that I don't know this. If the creatures attacking with a Raffine trigger... If I attack with 4 creatures and 2 of them die before the Raffine trigger resolves, do I connive 2 or 4? I feel like I connive 2, but for some reason I'm not actually confident on that. Oh. Problems, problems, problems. Raffine tapped down. Okay. Life gain, life gain, life gain. Pretty sure it's 2. Yeah, I don't know. Feel like I ought to know, but I don't. 2 Kalims. Good times. Oh boy. If I attack with Lae'zel, I guess I'm just probably going to discard Cut Down, which at least forces the trade with Sheoldred. Jeez. Forcing the trade with Sheoldred's probably fine for me, though. Okay, so the creature's dying does actually change the size of the Raffine trigger. That's the bit that I'm not actually 100% confident on. The creatures definitely do die before the Raffine trigger resolves. Okay, we get this trade. I dig that. Do I want to pull out the Forsaken Crossroads? No, because I'm about to scry a bunch if they can't kill the Raffine. They can Viconia, get back Sheoldred if they want to. Why Sigardian Evangel? Oh, right, because Viconia with Tasha gets them the creature back that they want, which is probably Lae'zel in this position. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not actually horrible for me. I mean, it could be worse. How many creatures do I want to attack with here? My opponent's at 26 life, which doesn't seem particularly fair. I really want to not be flooding, which incentivizes me to attack with as many cards as possible. Opponent gets to discard a Seek New Knowledge to Viconia, which gives them a cut down, which isn't terribly useful. Think I need to loot as much as possible. They're going to block Anointed Peacekeeper with Lae'zel no matter what. So I think I just make this Raffine slightly bigger. Ooh. That's pretty amazing. Drawing the Valorous Stance is a big deal. Do I just discard the Kalen here? Maybe? Probably not. I'd probably discard the Kalen, yeah. Kill the Lae'zel. That makes the attack pretty strong. Alright, Tasha down, Anointed Peacekeeper still making the Seek New Knowledges bad. Good stuff. Opponent's still pretty close to just actually straight up gets the Sheoldred back if they want to. Which ain't great. think I wait on playing the Plaza of Heroes. Maybe I'm supposed to play the Angel of Unity that turn. I was super supposed to play the Angel of Unity that turn so I could put Raffine triggers on it. I still need to draw a removal spell for the Sheoldred. Which is tough because I think I have like one of those left in the deck. I guess I could draw. No, active player, non-active player makes it kind of weak, even if I draw a Sheoldred. It's decent if I draw a Sheoldred, though. Oh, they don't get Sheoldred and instead get a removal spell for the Raffine. That's not bad, but I can kind of handle that a lot better than I can a Sheoldred. I mean, removal spell for Raffine plus Klement is still really, really good and still really hard to handle regardless, but I'm not putting Klement into play this turn at least. Unfortunately, none of my board is attacking through Viconia either. I was kind of hoping they would wait on that. They don't have a reason to, but I was kind of hoping so that I could punish them with this Plaza of Heroes. What? Oh, no. Oh, they gave it indestructible instead of destroying it. Oh, no, Don, I'm so sorry. Oh, no. I think I want to give Klement lifelink and then put all my cards on Klement. They have a cut down? Yeah, I suppose that's a bit awkward. I wonder if I actually just use the Plaza of Heroes even if they cut down my Klement, but they choose not to, which works for me. Which means I get to do a lot of looting, put a lot of cards on the Klement. Lae'zel seems like a good card to have. Eventually. So we will choose to gain 7 life. Bit of a shame we couldn't dig one card deeper to draw into this Klement. I guess if they had cut down, they could use it on the Sigardian Evangel no matter what, so discarding this Lae'zel wouldn't have played around that and forced them to make a chump block on the Klement. Hypothetically, I could have put all the cards, or all the counters on Raffine, and that would have been lethal. But I'm pretty sure they had cut down. Either way, I think we pass here. And just sit up on Plaza of Heroes with Raffine. They seek 2 cards. So no matter what, they have at least 2 Kalem's in hand after cycling this Klement. So if they go to Klement Raffine... Oh, no, because it costs 3 mana to Klement Raffine. Okay, so... No, but they're at 1. So they have to answer the Raffine and every other creature, too. So they can't just tap down Raffine twice through my Plaza of Harmony. That doesn't stop them from being dead. Oh, man. And their position here was, like, completely fine. If they had killed the Raffine. Oh, I'm so sorry, opponent. I mean, I guess I did draw nothing but gas, so even if they had had Raffine, or even if they had killed the Raffine, there is still the potential that I could have possibly stabilized this game, but I kind of doubt it. Oh, no. They can't draw into the Klement that's on top of their deck here because I'm fizzling this fizzling the first Klement anyway. and it doesn't draw if it fizzles. Maybe I shouldn't teach them that? Oh well. Okay. I mean, I had lethal even with Raffine tapped down, but I will teach them something regardless. Esper midrange. Cutdown still feels mostly fine. Elspeth has not felt amazing versus them. It is admittedly decent at the very least. I want another Valorous Stance. I'm quite confident in that. I probably should want the Urtais. Probably means I don't want the Elspeth. Cutdown being really good against Diviner of Fates makes it feel worth including. Maybe I'm not supposed to want the Fateful Absence against them? Cutdown's also good against Viconia for what it's worth. Maybe Anointed Peacekeeper is the weakest card on the draw? I could convince myself of that. I don't know if it's correct, but I can convince myself of it. Well, we have our Anointed Peacekeeper anyway. Alright, turn 2 Angel of Unity, turn 3 4/4 Disruption. It's a game plan. I really love Lae'zel. I think we keep Lae'zel. Too powerful with Diviner of Fates to ship even if I need my 4th land. There's plenty of time to draw the 4th land. All the time in the world. Cut down on Angel of Unity is fine. Costs the opponent a card, that's the cool part. Opponent jams the Diviner of Fates. Very well. I remain slightly sad that this Fateful Absence isn't something more cut-down shaped, but we'll live with it. Oh boy. Well, I'm extremely glad that I can make my opponent's 2 Diviner of Fates not playable. That part's good. The part where they can Eiganjo my Anointed Peacekeeper is less good. So no swinging with Anointed Peacekeeper this turn. Oh, okay, never mind. We can swing with Anointed Peacekeeper this turn. We do not know which card they put on the bottom of their deck, which is annoying. So 2 Diviner of Fates, 1 Eiganjo, all possibilities. They play the Eiganjo, so the Eiganjo is no longer a possibility. And they find Infernal Grasp, play Diviner of Fates. Uncool. Opponent no longer has any issues with quantity of cards. We, meanwhile, have issues with everything going on. Rosaurus Rex, thanks for the follow. Glad you're enjoying the stream. So this is pretty horrible. Maybe we got lucky and they put a Diviner of Fates back. Here's a cut down for the Raffine. That was, pretty likely because they just tutored up 2 instants. Oh, there's another Diviner of Fates. Alright, well, good game, good game, good game. We have the same number of cards, except my opponent has 3 cards in play to my 0, and they also have 3 more lands than me. So aside from the part of the game where they have 6 more cards than me, everything else is pretty much even. Well, I kind of need to blink Lae'zel so I'm not dead on board. And then we're dead on board. Okay. Make sure you draw lands, kids. It's helpful. Do we change anything? Yeah, I want 4 Anointed Peacekeepers on the play. Nightsinger, thanks for the resub. I continue to appreciate the support. Alright, I'm off this Fateful Absence thing. Technically, nothing about it was bad in the last game. My problems were much more deep-seated than simply Fateful Absence being kind of poorly positioned. But, you know, oh well. I will shoot the messenger every day, if needs be. Alright, we take the play. We like the hand. Angel of Unity into Raffine isn't my super favorite curve, but, I mean, buffing Angel of Unity as a lifelinker is at least neat. It's weird that I actively don't want to play the planes in situations like this because I have to consider the fact that we might want to discard the planes to the Lae'zel, whereas we can't do that with the Caves of Koilos. So I kind of just have to commit to paying more life. Please don't have anything. No, there's an Undersimplify. Okay. Surprised to see you only running 3 Diviner of Fates. It's felt like a format that is defined by aggression right now. And Diviner of Fates has been a card that I was frequently cutting against the majority of decks that I expect to be the largest representation in the metagame, namely Mono-Red and Red-Black Anvil, because the toughness on it is just so low now. Yeah, more counterspells were what I was really hoping they wouldn't have. So we have nothing left. That's a concern. That is a deep, 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 deep concern. At least I can Valorous Stance their next couple of creatures. Aha! I could technically Valorous Stance to protect my 1-3 lifelinker, I just don't care very much about my tiny 1-3 lifelinker, is all. Oh dear. Hey, no one Anointed Peacekeeper, that's a real magic card. It's not the part of the game where it's like a super good magic card, but... oh dear. I guess I have to name Void Rend? Well, no, I don't have to name Void Rend, do I? Because I could actually Valorous Stance to counter the Void Rend. Disdainful Stroke's a little wild for them to have brought... well, I guess I actually do have a bunch of 4-drops. Never mind, it's not that wild. I think I'm actually just going to name Tasha. That way they can't Tasha and activate Tasha on the same turn if they happen to top deck a Tasha. I'm actually a little surprised they didn't hardcast that Klement there. think that's the kind of position that I would be pretty incentivized to do that in. Not incentivized, but greedy to do that in, I guess. It's got to be correct to play out the Angel of Unity here. I guess they wanted to hold up the Disdainful Stroke, maybe. Oh, okay, with the talking. Oh, that's so gross. Alright, but returning one Kalem to hand means the other, or that Kalem isn't in the graveyard at least. That's a pretty stellar draw. That's a very stellar draw. Alright. Now we're cooking something. Pretty sure I want a Raffine in play. Jeez. Okay. Well, now I can't actually answer the Kalem. So that's bad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, no cycling Raffine's Tower for the opponent this turn. What do we do? What do we do? Kalem's a problem. What do we do? Urtai's not very helpful with the Disdainful Stroke up. Maybe I shouldn't have played the Klement. No, they had enough mana so they could cycle the tower and still hold up Disdainful Stroke. That didn't mean anything. What do I do? What do I do? I don't really want to discard the Urtai to the Klement. Maybe I'm supposed to for blue? I'm kind of feeling like I need to get through this Disdainful Stroke, though, even if that means getting the Urtai countered. That's a magic card. Interesting. Very interesting. What do you have to say to that, opponent? No matter how I stack this, I can't end up discarding the final Sigardian Evangel copy to tap down Graveyard Glutton, huh? That's no fun. So I think I just play 3 Sigardian Evangels and then discard Shipwreck Marsh? Attack with everything? No, because the opponent's still going to tap down a Peacekeeper to kill him, and that's not really helpful. So I don't think tapping down the Graveyard Glutton accomplishes anything. Don't think I want to specialize Klement into white anyway. Cut down on the Angel of Unity now? After I buffed Urtai 30 times? Okay, works for me. No sense attacking here. Board state's at least respectively wide. Respectably wide. What's Urtai at? Urtai is an 8/7 dies to Disdainful Stroke at the moment. The real good stuff. Okay. I like a Diviner of Fate. Get a removal spell out of the opponent's hand. Sack 2 creatures to do 11 damage, huh? Then hypothetically 6 damage next turn? Is that worth it to me? That's probably worth it to me. I'm really, 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 really sad if they top deck Tasha. I'm really, 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 really sad. Okay. That sucks a lot. Unlicensed Hearse, that doesn't really matter to me. So at this point, we're probably discarding Urtai to Klement. Interesting. Punished for not jamming the Urtai. Although I guess getting Lae'zel into play wouldn't have actually been like a super huge deal either. 5 here. Play something. Opponent can attack with Trespass or go to 6. Hearse means they can control to some extent what they get back. Probably results in them getting back a Peacekeeper. No. They need to uptick with Tasha or else they're super dead on board to the Evangels anyway. Do I just play Lae'zel and try to make them give me an opening to Urtai? Yes. I think at this point the Urtai is a much better card than the Lae'zel. All right, opponent, what's the draw? think I just gotta do this now. We just kill the Tasha and make a giant Urtai, free up our Evangels. One's got some Kalems for tapping stuff down. Sure. Lae'zel's interesting. So if I play Lae'zel, I can Otawara for 1 mana, which means I could bounce the Kalem, which does still let them tap stuff down. Bouncing the Kalem doesn't accomplish very much. Bouncing the Graveyard Glutton just lets them crew the Hearse, so the bouncing really doesn't matter at all. In fact, with all the Kalems, they can kind of just tap down as many things as they want here. So you say you have a removal spell opponent. Oh, was I supposed to Otawara my own Sigardian Evangel at some point there? Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. Huh. Should I attack here and then just Otawara one of the Sigardian Evangels that they block? That might be for the best. Alright, you have to do something first, opponent. Play a removal spell on Sigardian Evangel. Yeah. Alright. And we are going to bounce this Sigardian Evangel. You have another removal spell? Sheesh. Okay. Alright. Opponent goes to 2. We only end up actually losing 1 creature in that exchange. I mean, I guess I got 2 for 1 by the Void Rend, sort of, but Otawara turning into a removal spell instead of a bounce spell is nifty-ish. No, because the Sigardian Evangel doesn't actually even die on an attack. So even if they top deck something that wasn't a removal spell, this is still fine. Do I trade off the Lae'zel? No, the discard outlet's too valuable to trade off. Wait, what? They didn't specialize that now? Huh. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't think I can afford to not specialize Lae'zel here. I think they should have done this at sorcery speed. Not a Sigardian Evangel, which is what we needed. Or at least an Anointed Peacekeeper for the Viconia, although that probably still wouldn't have been good enough. Alright, well, we can try to force... No, I can't force anything here. I think they got me no matter what. think I'm just dead. I think I was trying to draw into either a Sigardian Evangel. Nah, I mean, it was just Sigardian Evangel, right? Nothing else would have done it. You gotta have lethal here, right, opponent? I mean, I guess they actually, hypothetically, could top deck into a way that doesn't let them specialize the Viconia. Possibly. Now that they don't have a blue card in hand. But they were exiling like they had a purpose, so I kind of doubt that's going to be the case. Oh no, they just need anything that gives them a Sigardian Evangel. And we definitely had a Sigardian Evangel in our graveyard, so any specialization is lethal? Huh. Okay. Well, I only really see one way out of this, and that's to hope that they don't have anything. Kindly go to 2 and have nothing, opponent? Somehow? Please? They didn't have anything to discard to Viconia. Oh, actually, they also didn't... Wait, how are there no Sigardian Evangels in the graveyard? Oh, they exiled all of them with Unlicensed Hearse, is why they didn't have lethal with the Viconia. Okay. Alright. Well, what do we got, opponent? How does this game end? Surely there's a... No. No! What? Oh, wow, I do not deserve that in any way. What on earth was their hand? Probably multiple lands that couldn't be discarded because they didn't have land types. That's all I can really imagine, but those last couple of turns were so confusing. I thought for sure they just could specialize the Viconia for blue at sorcery speed and have enough removal spells off of that. Like, you spend 2 mana to exile a removal spell and a creature, 2 mana to specialize the Viconia. So you're 4 mana down, and then you get to use all the rest of the mana on that removal spell you just drew. And, like, you can... If you're worried about not having the Kalim in hand to tap, then have a Kalim be the card you get back with Viconia. I mean, fun part about Viconia that isn't, like, super apparent, and, like, if you're someone who doesn't super love alchemy, you probably aren't watching this stream that's about alchemy, but Viconia has a huge number of cool tricks you can do. Like, the trigger to get back an exiled creature doesn't actually resolve until specialization... Or doesn't actually happen until the specialization resolves. So you can actually discard Kalim to Viconia to specialize into blue, and in response to the specialization trigger holding priority, exile the Kalim you just discarded with the specialize to get that Kalim, or a copy of that Kalim, back into your hand. You knew that with, like, anything you discard to Viconia, but in that case, Kalen would have worked. I don't know. A little bit wild. Alright, let's do one more before I go and watch some Dota. Shall we? I mean, we technically have a 2-drop, it's just the only 2-drop I don't want to play on turn 2 is all. We had a Scry, though. And Cutdown's kind of like a 2-drop, I guess. Scry... Oh, Klement, you're so powerful. I will be willing to potentially miss the 2-drop, or the 3rd land, that makes my deck function. Klement is worth that much to me. Suspicious Bookcase. I'm suddenly getting the impression that perhaps the opponent's rank is not platinum and might be silver? Possibly? Maybe not. Maybe I'm being greedy. Are you expecting a lot of Anvil in the open? So, I think Anvil makes a very strong case for being the best deck, both in terms of my just general understanding of its power level, and also in the sense of, like, results. So I do expect it to be pretty popular, but it's also kind of hard, so I don't know if a ton of players will want to pick it up. Will not be attacking. This could be a concern. I would describe the current situation as a problem. Once again, the only time I ever want to specialize Klement into blue is when I need to hit lands. It really sucks that Klement cannot find lands. Cannot emphasize that enough. That said, I kind of think I would rather have the potential to get another Klement than get 2 2/2s right now. Hey, we found a Klement. We're going to keep the Klement. How does your position as Esper Aggro go against your expected field? I feel like this deck is just pretty good against mono red aggro and red black Oni Cult. It makes really big creatures really fast. A lot of them have flying. Okay. And Elspeth Resplendent especially is a card that is very good against Oni Cult. The Suspicious Bookcase is stopping so much damage. Goodness. 2 Halo Fountains. That's not legendary? Wow. I guess it's a good thing that they can't tap... Well, I guess Suspicious Bookcase synergizes with Halo Fountain, because you can tap it without attacking. But yeah, Elspeth Resplendent against Oni Cult Anvil is particularly powerful because they have a pretty strong tendency to... what's the word I'm looking for? Block your lifelinking creatures and then sacrifice their blockers to Oni Cult Anvil to deny you the life gain. But they can't do that if you build giant creatures with lifelink and flying. Do I really want a Fateful Absence, the Queen? I mean, probably eventually. I'm probably not going to get to cut down it. I kind of want to play like 2 Anointed Peacekeepers naming Halo Fountain just to make my opponent very sad. Who needs Diviner of Fates? That's not a good Magic card. What do you think about decks based on Oracle of the Alpha? There's no real... The lists I have seen with Oracle of the Alpha are not particularly impressive from like a competitive viewpoint, but Oracle of the Alpha decks are all inherently combo decks, or most of the good ones. Anyway, I don't know how you make a fair Oracle of the Alpha deck because I don't think Oracle of the Alpha is a good fair card, but combo decks, like the slimmest margins separate a very bad combo deck from a completely busted combo deck. So I wouldn't say that I think that there's like no potential for Oracle of the Alpha decks. I just haven't seen one that's particularly inspiring yet. Yeah, I don't need Sigardian Evangels. Oh, the plan is absolutely to Peacekeeper the Fountain. Absolutely 100% that's like actually the plan. Is it the right plan? I am not quite so certain. But it is a delightful plan. Not that Halo Fountain is very good when none of their creatures can tap anyway, but, you know. What did this change? They didn't buff it in a way that made it competitively playable. So let's see, they can make 4 creatures here. Queen goes up to a 7/7. That's pretty cute. Oh, Celebrity Fencer also goes up to a 7/7? That's very cute. Now I have to, like, actually lose my Anointed Peacekeeper. That seems like that's probably a good idea. I guess I should have attacked before using Valorous Stance, but I'm pretty sure I was going to want to use Valorous Stance no matter what. Alright, opponent spends some time chump blocking, we spend some time making their life total go down. Presumably this is all good for me. Should I specialize in the black? Nah. Maybe? I should actually probably specialize into black. Makes my blocks, when they go to attack with these citizen tokens for the Hollowed Fountain, slightly better, in that I kill one of the blockers. If losing 2 damage from the Sheoldred prevents me from having control of this game, then I guess I will just accept that. I would have been able to Fateful Absent the Queen. Oh, okay, well. Instead, we can just Fateful Absence the Phantom, and that ought to be lethal. And I am a fan of lethal. They could have played Lunarch Veteran first and gained 2 more life, but I think I probably would have had lethal even if they had gained 2 life. Given that I have 8 damage here. Okay. We did it! We Peacekeepering the Fountain actually didn't really do anything, surprisingly. Okay. We're probably supposed to bring in Temporary Lockdown here, right? Although, amusingly, it doesn't actually kill any of the meaningful cards. So maybe I'm not. Elspeth building up a giant lifelinking flyer. I mean, flying seems like a pretty useful keyword to have against this deck. I think temporary lockdown probably isn't good. I'm going to go with that assumption. I think we will give more creatures flying. I believe that actually is what I want to do. From there... Is Urtai better than Sheoldred? I don't know. Sheoldred gains a lot of life. Oh, cool. Sideboarding plan was extremely correct. And we get to end the day at exactly rank 200, which I think is approximately exactly where we started. Alright, let's see. What was the record? I think we started off kind of poorly, so it wasn't actually a particularly stellar record. First couple of games, I got a tiny bit slapped. Yeah, 3 losses to begin with, then 5 wins, so 63% win rate. Not the most terribly impressive. We played a lot more Esper midrange today, though, than I think I have in the other 20 matches I've played with this deck combined, which was surprising. We did not play against as many people playing Mono Red and nobody playing Oni-Gold Anvil, which is potentially an interesting observation. I suppose I cut most of the cards that were for the Esper mirrors because I didn't feel like the Esper decks were playable against aggro with Diviner of Fates nerfed. I'm now sort of second-guessing whether to expect players to come to that same conclusion and not play Esper midrange, but you know what, I think I'll adjust my prediction to this. There will probably be a fair number of players playing Esper dirtlier decks, mid-range control, somewhere on that sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? Gambit's like the wrong word. Side of the scale? I feel like there's just a straight up word for that. Anyway. Axis? No, because like aggro to control is an axis, but I feel like there's a word you would use to describe something that's on one side of the axis. It's like on that extreme, except there's some fancier word tickling the back of my head that I can't come up with. That's going to bother me. I had a point. Where was the point? Am I going to stream the Open? Yes. I will stream day 2 on a delay, but I will be streaming day 1 tomorrow. Oh yeah. I think that there are going to be people who will probably be playing Esper mid-range control on day 1. There will probably be a lot fewer players who go through the experience of playing those decks in day 1 and decide to play them for day 2. There's also always an interesting question of how many people qualify playing best of 1 and then have to find out a best of 3 deck. And I tend to think those people apply the logic that they want to play something linear and aggressive, which also tends to lead more towards mono red. I don't agree with the innate assumption, by the way, that aggro decks are easier to play. But I think that is a popular misconception that leads a lot of people who qualify playing one format to decide, okay, well, now I have to play a format I don't play, aka best of 3. I will play the easy deck, hence mono red. So, like, I think this is not an easy deck. I think this is the correct deck to play if you want an easy deck, though. I believe this to be probably the best combination of easy-ish and extremely good. Which is to say, I actually think mono red is a lot harder to play than this. I think you have a lot less games decided by you just playing your cards on curve and get free wins with mono red than you do with this deck. And that said, we will be wrapping it up so that I can go watch Dota. And probably, I think I still have some cachaça left. Which means I get to go cut up some limes and make some caipirinhas. Which probably brutalized both of those pronunciations, but nobody's stopped me yet. Mostly because I'm very far away from Brazil physically. So where are we gonna send a raid off to? Who'll be playing Alchemy? Doodly 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 doodle. Numbskull is. Oh, wait. I believe Numbskull streams in English. Doodly doodly doo. If not, oops. Either way, take care, folks. I'll see you tomorrow for the Arena Open.